Hello. Your microphone is working. Good. Welcome to Automat Live Coding. This is a coding live stream where on this stream we together write Automat. This is Automat source code. You can build it. Technical errors. Okay. Transient. Luckily they were transient. So this is how Automat, why does it say Auto? This is how Automat looks like. You get this 1 by 1 meter canvas. It's 1 by 1 meter because it's kind of scaled to your screen dimensions. This is how it looks now at the default scale. And on this canvas, you can drop all sorts of toys. And those toys, they are meant for game automation. So if you want to play a game, but the game has some grindy mechanic, which is automatable, like when you can create a macro that will play it, you can do so. You just drop a macro recorder, record a macro. You can actually cut this macro. This last, for example, vertical line. And I don't need this. And now I have a macro. I don't need this recorder. I play it, and my mouse moves like that. I can loop it, I can hook it up to a hotkey, like space. See, this is space. Space hotkey can be connected to macro, and now, when I press space, it plays a macro. I would cut this macro probably so it starts sooner, maybe ends also sooner. Yeah, now I press space and it immediately moves my mouse in this pattern. Very fun way to improve a lot of games, because this way once you know how to play a certain part of the game, you basically can automate it, you don't have to play it anymore, and you can focus on other aspects, like enjoying the rest of the game. So, Automat is very similar to other macro utilities like AutoHotkey. AutoHotkey is the one that I know and use a lot. There are others. I do not really recall their names, but there are plenty of macro utilities out there. If you want to find something that's feature complete, AutoHotkey is good. Automat is kind of, it's work in progress. You can play with it. It's on GitHub. You can download it from GitHub, but probably still kind of buggy. It's buggy because we keep adding new features. So this new feature that came in last week, literally, is the ability to, unfortunately it's Linux only, but it's possible to start external commands. So I can type stuff like this, Z, and look at that. Maybe I will close this. So that's it, the Z window. And I can even I can even browse Automat source code. This is Automat readme. Stuff. Not everything works. I want to actually change how zoom works, because Automat has this very fun zoom mechanic where you can scroll in different regions on the canvas. This is like the fastest way to move around by far. It's just incredible how nice it feels. And I will probably make a use of the least used key on the computer keyboard. So my plan is to use the scroll lock. You know, the key that in this like top part of the keyboard next to function keys, the one which is labeled scroll lock. I'm actually going to use it to lock scroll. So basically, when you press scroll lock, then your scroll is going to reach the windows, other windows in Automat. And normally, when you scroll, you will zoom in and out. But this will come later. Also right-click. I think I also need something similar to control how right-click propagates. Because Automat has this right-click menu, and many apps have their own right-click menu, and those two collide. So how do we choose which one do we want to activate? So my plan here is to give priority when it comes to right-click to the app. So the app, when you right-click, you will see the app menu. But if you do a chord, so when you first press the middle click and then right, then this will show the Automat bubble menu. Or I could make it behave just like scroll, so that scroll lock and right click are managed together. I'm not sure. I will have to think about this. So this is a pretty cool feature. I can spawn kitty, for example, a process monitor, so I can monitor resource usage from within Automat. Text selection, or like clicking within this terminal works. Maybe not text selection, clicking works. And a cool feature, say you have a command like that, you like it, so you can do this, you can clone it. You have two kitty terminals with btop. This spawns a separate process, effectively. But it's I'm not familiar with any window manager which allows you to clone windows, so this is a fairly unique capability. And this is actually easy to do. You just find the PID of the client which is connected, and you command line arguments and environment, and you spawn another copy. Goodbye. I like throwing programs into the void. I should add a better animation to this throwing into space. Anyway. Lots of tiny bugs, lots of things have to be still fixed until it works, until it behaves properly. Those are small issues. So I've shown you Automat. The recent changes, this is the window compositing. Yesterday I was super tired, but I managed to clean up some of the Wayland compositing stuff. And after I noticed how the Wayland compositors, how they manage surfaces, I noticed that this is totally different to how Automat manages surfaces. And so I will actually explain this difference, because it's kind of very interesting. So this is our document about our rendering model. So our rendering model currently assumes a structure where each widget, like a hotkey, has child widgets, like buttons. We have this object called machine, it's now called board. We have a toolbar. I have no idea what is this. Oh, this is showing how reparenting works. We probably have other better examples how this works. Maybe this. So the way that Automat stacks widget currently is that each widget comes with a texture, and that texture is a texture, it's a bitmap, it's a two-dimensional region with pixels, and it's stored in the GPU. And whenever a widget has children, those children, when we render, they are always composited onto the texture of the parent widget. And then the parent is composited on the texture of the next parent in chain until we come to the root. This is the top level window. This is what we display to the user at the end. Now, this is causing a little bit of a problem, and I noticed that Wayland uses this technique to save on rendering. For instance, this browser, here you can see Chrome. When I scroll, it updates the web page content. And the way this is done inside Wayland is that Chrome is composed of several surfaces. There is the top level surface, which contains the frame border, and those buttons here, and this address bar. And on top of it, there is another surface, which contains just the rendered page. And the thing is, this surface with the rendered page, it is actually not composited into the Chrome surface. When Chrome displays its window, it says, my window has a stack of surfaces. This is the top level surface. And on top of it, there is this surface with all this. And when I do right click, okay, maybe not here, but when I do right click, it actually shows a pop-up window. And this pop-up window, oh, this is just another surface. And if you look closely at this pop-up window, you can tell that this pop-up window has a very subtle shadow around it. And this shadow is another surface. So when I move my cursor around, it only refreshes the contents of the pop-up window, and the background surface, which contains the shadow, the pop-up shadow, it stays like it is. And this way, the compositors, desktop compositors, they save a lot of work, because they can say, oh, this window has tons of surfaces, and the compositor is responsible for placing those surfaces in a way that makes sense. And Automat doesn't do this because Automat was... I wrote Automat after Vulkan became a thing. So now we have synchronization primitives, and we can create pipelines that will run on the GPU. This is the whole feature of Vulkan. You can create pipelines, Vulkan pipelines. So because we can create those pipelines, I kind of didn't need this multi-surface algorithm that compositors use, because I can construct a pipeline with semaphores and everything is going to render during the same frame. Those semaphores, they allow me to basically control the composition of everything on screen. And this composition can be fast. Everything happens within a single frame. Everything is still responsive. You've seen Automat. It is responsive. But if we combine the two models, we can actually improve this. So the difference is, this is how it works currently, right? If I introduce the, I think it's called hoisting or stacks or layers. I don't know how to call this. This is going to be the logical structure of widgets. So logically, widget D is going to be the child of B, but we will recognize that B is drawn before D is drawn under B. So D is going to be moved up in the hierarchy here, and it's going to be drawn still before rendering. Everything is going to still be correct, but the big advantage here is that the boundaries of the D object are not constrained by the texture of B, so the textures, they can be dramatically smaller. And this one. And two, whenever something causes D to wake up, we do not need to re-render B, because we can just update the D texture and composite it onto A, and we can completely skip B. We can literally, when we do the next redraw, we'll reuse the cached texture that we had for B. So, yeah, nice. So, this is what I'm trying to achieve now, and I am trying to explain this to AI. AI is very bad at those things. So the goal is so so this is the advantage. Widgets may move up in the rendering hierarchy. And they may be composited at a higher level. So instead of being composited into the direct parent, they can be composited into at a higher level. And this will still maintain the rendering order. And because of this, so this doesn't bring any benefits. The benefits are these children are not constrained by the parent texture. Another advantage is that the recomposition is faster. Updates yes, because if it updates, this widget, it can still render itself under or over the parent texture, and the parent can stay like it was. And there is one more pro. The third pro is that it is going to be possible to represent proper window hierarchies within Automat as as separate widgets. This is currently not quite possible. I mean, it works a little bit, but not quite. So once we do this, it's going to basically function like a regular compositor, but with this extra feature that it can actually squeeze multiple updates into this instant Vulkan-based, semaphore-controlled, one frame render. It already has this, but it's going to be combined with whatever window compositors do. And to be honest, I feel like this kind of cleans up the system. It was becoming more and more messy, but now I feel like it is actually becoming simpler. I need to come up with a good terminology for this as well. So this is my original prompt that I used to start the parrot. Parrot is how I call agents. Those are stochastic parrots. And parrots are also a native species in Automat. Oh, like parrots here. So this is the original prompt that I used to send it for work. Then I gave it some extra requirements. I am. It's very hard to phrase my requirements in a way which will leave the agent enough freedom to think for itself. So I should be slightly more vague here. Stuck. Yeah, I think this should compose pretty nicely. Okay, I will send the parrot on its way, and you probably cannot see what I'm writing, so okay, and that's a nice track. I like this instrument. I think this is xylophone. Yeah, I think with each round, so the proposals that the AI is coming with, they tend to be bad, but each of them is kind of showing me a potential kind of dead end. Because at the first sight, the intuitions that the AI has are, they make sense. I see why they work like that. But they lead to bad final designs. So it's nice that I can let it start with some ideas, proceed into I can see their final shape, and then it becomes clear that why a given proposal is not going to work or why it's going to be messy. And this process of extracting widgets from one parent so that they can be composited on top of this already exists kind of, and it's a special case. So inside the root widget, there is a visit object function which kind of traverses the hierarchy of everything in Automat and extracts toys essentially and moves them out and does everything to render them in the correct nice order. I think those stacks, oh boy, they're going to simplify this a lot. They are going to generalize this. So the root widget is not going to care about this really anymore. Root widget is just going to define a stack. Is going to draw itself, I don't know, maybe on the bottom of this stack. And then there will be the board. Then there will be and board is going to have its own stack. And the board stack, it's going to contain all of the objects that you can, drag around. And everything, reparenting. All of the objects are still going to be composited at the topmost layer now. So this is going to be awesome. So I do not have any performance issues right now, unfortunately. Unfortunately, everything renders now so fast that it's really hard to see the difference. I'm running debug build. Like when I run Automat, this is not the release build even. This is the one with debug symbols. Okay, I need to figure out what's causing this black hole problem. This black hole problem is very annoying. We'll send another parrot to figure this out. I want to figure out why the I mean, it's obvious what's the issue. The issue is some kind of initialization problem, but I do not know where it lies. So I want the AI to figure out. I want the parrot to figure out where which variable is not initialized. let's read the how the AI is kind of praising. The AI is always, when you ask it, when you correct it, when you correct some absolutely silly mistakes that it did, it keeps kind of praising you for, you know, how smart you are. And this one is doing this as well. This is a cleaner formulation than anything in the prior rounds, and you're right that I was anchoring on them. Blah blah blah. The promise initially always sounds good. The problem is that when the AI finishes this work, it rarely matches the original what was promised. One of my favorite parts of this is the ability to place children under the widgets. This is one of the things. Yes, I will add this to the document. This is something that will finally allow widgets to add shadow as a separate kind of child. Shadow is going to become a separate widget that's going to use its parent shape to, you know, draw the shadow. And the shadow will be able to animate the depth, so the size of the shadow is going to shrink and grow. It's going to be amazing. Although proper shadows, the one that Automat actually has, they also have this ambient occlusion. So I can show you how it works. It's not called ambient occlusion, it's called... So you can see when I pick up a macro recorder, you can see that the shadow is actually red and blue around the blue sections of the parrot. And, you know, in these sections, it's maybe not easy to see, but it's green here. Shadow. So the shadow is actually pretending that it's reflecting light, you know, some light from the object here. I'm not entirely sure if we will be able to provide this kind of shadow, because it kind of needs the... needs the texture. Oh yeah. Under baked over. Okay, okay. I like this. The baker is the nearest ancestor whose range makes the node. Perfect. I think this should really happen not in step 4. I know what the AI is referring to here. It's referring to the renderer. I think the step 2 should take care of this. This is the list of render jobs. It's fine. So we record. In the raw commands. Yeah, I think this flattening should take care of moving widgets up in the hierarchy. Oh yeah, this should be changed.
Meister Chica says,
Oh, my sweet, or what have they done to you?
Yeah, I've heard some news about ore being spammed. I think it's nice. I think it's nice that more Linux people experience spam firsthand, because it actually shows you that there is a balance, between privacy and reputation and account. Like to solve spam, you need some kind of reputation system. You cannot allow everyone to just submit stuff. And fresh accounts, they're probably spammers. A good anti-spam system needs some kind of reputation information. I think it's very entertaining. I'm watching it from afar and eating my popcorn, because I am very curious how Arch maintainers are going to resolve this.
URL.
Arch is not really a big target, so the people who are attacking it, they are probably doing this for fun or out of boredom. Nice. Week ago. So the fact that it's possible to analyze the malware statically, it already shows that the malware is shitty. And good malware doesn't reveal, its tricks under static analysis at all. Even under VM, it first, checks whether it has connection with the command server, and then it decrypts or executes some actions. And some malware even stores the logic on the server. So somebody who's analyzing the malware doesn't even have access to the malicious code. The malware is just reverse shell essentially, and the CNC server kind of drives the infection. This way, people who analyze malware, they do not have anything unless they can trigger malicious behavior. And the malicious behavior obviously doesn't trigger in a VM because it's a VM.
Good malware, you don't even know it's malware until it hits you.
Yeah. I was on the very interesting place in this ecosystem because I was on the server, and ironically, on the backend, on the server, you know that the malware is connecting. Because if there is a cookie, right? A cookie that is always used from some browser, and suddenly you get a request with this cookie, but with a different user agent, like a different version of Chrome, which is like a version older. And they are sometimes, intertwined. So, the same cookie is used with this user agent, and then flips to this, and then flips to this. This is like cutting somebody red-handed. Oh, somebody stole cookies out of this browser and is now performing some requests, exfiltrating data, and so on. It's some types of malware are only detectable like that. And this sort of detection, by the way, it's rock solid. It's possible to detect almost all kinds of token theft using those techniques. Much impossible for attackers to bypass this detection, but it can only happen on the server. So the service provider provides you some API. They are responsible for catching the attackers here. And nobody cares. Almost nobody. Only big, major companies that actually have some stake in this. A regular company that just has your OAuth tokens and somebody steals them. Okay, so what did they do? This is probably some kind of hobbyist. Hobbyist vandal. Nice. Yeah. And once you do something like this, what you get out of this is a botnet. Each successful attack like this, most of the people will eventually update and get rid of the malicious part. But yeah, this is how botnets are made. The people who were infected, I will jump to the impact, or how they are actually monetizing, or if they are monetizing. But the default thing is to just build a botnet. This is very interesting, and it shows why the user-maintained repositories. I'm also very curious about what was the chain of packages that started the whole epidemic. Because the way it worked, somebody managed to squeeze this malware into some initial packages, and then from those it spread in a viral fashion. Yeah, I guess it has this spreading thingy. Nice. Let me check something. Just to be sure, I would like to see if I have this package somewhere on my system. See, atomic log file. This is typical agent writing. It repeats the same thing. It wrote it here, and then says, okay, I will just repeat it again. Okay. Phew. Okay. I'm not using npm, so or our. But you know, this kind of stuff, it doesn't have to be necessarily limited to Arch. Oh, nice. eBPF. Amazing. I mean, without eBPF, this would also be possible, but the barrier would be higher. It's higher to hook up into the kernel that you know nothing about, and even headers may not be available, compared to eBPF, where you have a stable ABI, this eBPF API that you can program against. So an argument against eBPF, I would say here, it makes your machine easier to rootkit.
I have proper lock file installed for globally installed package.
Yeah, I would still check this hooks directory, hooks depths. I thought what you were referring to is something different. I thought you were referring to the there was some spam where some people were just posting random messages in Russian praising Putin on some our packages. I don't know how it works. Yeah, I didn't read that article really. Yeah. Okay, back to widget redesign.
URL.
I need to tweak my description. Let me verify something. Okay, front to back. Okay, so the AI confirms that the AI goes for the most obvious storage, which is vector. Maybe we should actually store them in some kind of B tree or something like this. In a sorted tree, it's really do not care about indices. We care about pointers. Or not. Or maybe vector. Vector is simple. Why complicate? stage 1 first, then stage 3. Okay, let me look at the difference between those steps. So the point of step 2 is to flatten the tree, exactly. Flatten the tree.
I have been thinking about my hack loop for 2 days. Still can figure out how I want it to look.
You mean the one that you use in Bitburner or the one that you use in your own game?
The one in my game.
The one from Bitburner is... It seems to me like it's... it has this discrete aspect where you can execute some steps some number of times. So it's not a smooth problem. You cannot apply like simplex method balance the amount of hack, grow, and weaken. And I think the problem might be nicer, actually, if you make it smooth. If you can combine some amount of hacking, some amount of weakening, and some amount of growing simultaneously, I think this will reduce the... I think it will simplify the game, and the problem will be kind of cleaner. It will be nicer. And it could be, once you do this in this like smooth fashion, linear fashion without discrete steps, discrete number of hacks and grows and weakens. If you can just, do something on a remote host or execute with, 5% weight, 20% weaken, and 75% grow. And this will cause the, target server to change, again, in a continuous fashion. Yeah, I think that would be interesting. That part of the game will be simpler, but I think it will be good because It's just a simple problem to kind of, like one of many are part of this game. I think it's nicer to move those Chinese remainders and other kind of discrete optimization into like elsewhere. Regarding texture sizes, I think texture should not grow to accommodate.
I mean, that kinda solved problem already. You want it to so simple it's boring. But the thing that you just log in and just hack the server, well, it kinda does not stick.
You have different layers to this. You also have scanning for servers, and you have resource allocation across those servers. So you cannot really stick to the first server. Like the Bitburner is really made so that you start with this noodles server and very quickly other servers become more profitable. That would be better. Okay, new augmentation. Cool. Yeah, I entered this bit node with sleeves recently. Yesterday, I think. So I'm figuring out how sleeves work.
Oh yeah, I got to the red pill part.
Yeah. Now I already have the red pill, but I'm still staying in this bit node to max it out, because by maxing it out, I can grind more stats. Some stats persist across bit nodes. There is intelligence. This is an extra stat that persists here. And it's very slow to grow. And those sleeves, if I'm reading correctly, I need to join the Covenant. This Covenant. This. I will do this later. I will let my character level up a bit. Okay. Did it find the bug? Yeah, black hole radius is uninitialized. Hey, the fix was fast. It's amazing how much code. Oh no, oh no, 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 no. Is it going to crash my VM? I think it will. No. Yeah. Why? Why did this happen? Okay, I do not have more. Scroll back to see what happened there. So somehow updating the black hole caused so much compilation that it killed. Killed my emulator. Okay, there's no way around it. I just need to start it again. So this is the Colosseum, where this is my parrot cage. And the last is the I do not need this thing. We'll start it a couple of times to see. Yeah, it's interactive instantly now. I do wonder why Automat initialization takes so long when I started. I thought I was doing everything in the simplest possible way. Anyway. The plot also stores the conversation history, so it could access the conversation history. Okay, okay. Go to work. Nice parrot. Resistant using systemd. Wow. How? What kind of malware it is? It registers into your system service manager. The rest isn't super interesting. This is only what the agent was able to infer from the binary. The stuff around the binary is interesting. This other piece of work I would like to do, and maybe I can fire it off right away. That is working. What other locks do we have? We have also caps lock and num lock. Num lock could be used for something, because if you have a numerical keypad, yeah, I even have idea for what. Is num lock placed? I don't have a numpad on my keyboard. I need to get a keyboard with a numpad. We have pause key. And pause key is such an amazing key to have on a keyboard. You're absolutely going to use the pause key. It's going to do exactly that. It's going to pause objects. We have print screen. No, print screen is I have some focus issue. Anyway, print screen. I think it's useful for in general, user actions. So it's not one of those random where keys. There is the menu key. Oh, maybe we can use this one. Menu key to do menu. I do wonder what kind of key is this. Let me check this. How we do it? Is this 135? Those keys will have to be rebindable because every keyboard has a different set of keys on it. Yeah. Okay, this is the menu key. Menu key sounds like a perfect key for controlling the menu behavior. Oh yeah, I was reading this book, but this book it's awful. It doesn't really describe the Wayland protocol. It describes some libraries for interacting with the Wayland. No, that's how it looks. Anyway. So the initial Wayland implementation in Automat, it's using some Hyperland utilities, like the stub generator that Automat is using. It comes directly from Hyperland. But there are some things about this stub generator that I don't like. I think I will change it. I think it actually makes sense to use some polymorphism, like C++ polymorphism there. And it probably also makes sense to make some of those objects thread safe. So they're currently just simple structs with function pointers. And I would like them to be structs with virtual methods and binary compatibility with the Wayland protocol, so they can be mem-copied over, and thread safe reference tracking. So
Vaharid Hothais 39 says,
What do you do for living?
hey, at the moment nothing. I'm living off my savings. It's like one advantage of programming. You can, if you work in a programming job, you don't need to work all the time. You can take breaks. I used to do cybersecurity though. Cybersecurity or anti-abuse.
Meister Chica says,
Yap to the computer for living.
Yeah, and I'm still doing this. No, it's a hobby.
Vaharid Idua Bum 539 says,
AI can replace programmer?
Most of them, yeah. I'm slowly replacing myself. Okay, it's AI, my parrot is still working on the design. I think it should find the identical design, essentially. The design is already overspecified in the request.
Meister Chica says,
Wait till bro discovers loops.
The only loop that I have right now is the wake-up loop, because sometimes the agent will just stop working at 3 AM without finishing the work. And a simple loop that tells it to continue is good enough.
Vaharid Toti 539 says,
What are you making?
This is a tool for playing games. If you play a game that has some repetitive kind of playthrough, repetitive mechanic, like grinding gold, like repeatedly, like something that you already know how it works, and it's just a grind at this point. So it's a bunch of utilities that can be combined to do things like a hotkey. So when I press space, it blinks, and it can activate other objects, like this one. Or maybe a nice example will be this one. This is a simple switch, right? Simple switch that I can turn on and off. And I can hook this up to a macro recorder. So when I press space, it starts recording a macro. I press space, it stops recording a macro. I do not actually need this. Now I have a macro that I can play, and it will move my mouse.
Very cool.
And hook it here. I just reconnected it, so now when I press space, it will play the macro. And it is growing in scope. It is growing in scope. So this is a macro utility like AutoHotkey, you know, when you can automate, like script your desktop. So this is a scripting environment. And it's gaining fun new abilities, like it can do screenshots of windows. I can process them. For example, it's beautiful threshold operation. Reduce the amount of pixels.
What programming language do you use?
All of them. But for this project, it's mostly C++. C++ and a little bit of Python and a little bit of GLSL. And that's it. I'm trying to avoid Bash. I'm replacing Bash with Python recently.
Meister Chica says,
English wink wink.
Vihari.559 says,
Wow, amazing. Bye.
Thanks. Yeah. So, I need to figure out how to fix the window decoration. I think just following the Wayland protocol is probably the way to go. I think this window actually sends some kind of signal that it doesn't want decorations. I just do not respect it yet. And the zooming is going to be big. Or maybe I could have an object to act like open the menu. So while I hold the button on the keyboard, it will open the menu. Should it be a mode or not?
Do you sometimes feel bored coding? And what do you usually do when you are bored?
Boredom is... it's something that's very important, I would say. It's this kind of subconscious feedback that you get, that what you are doing doesn't make sense. You know, If you're bored doing something, you should automate it. Now it's possible, you know, you just fire up an AI and AI does something for you. It's way faster. You have to, but it makes a lot of mistakes. So you have to, you know, check for mistakes now. And checking for mistakes is maybe less boring or annoying. It can also be automated to some degree. I think if you have a keyboard with a many key, the last one is probably the nicest. Oh, there is also the idea. Actually, middle mouse button could. I think there are lots of apps that use the middle mouse button, so I'm not sure if we can occupy it. Would be nice. Is it going? Okay, now this is much more interesting. It seems like it's exploring slightly different designs. I like the idea of having a virtual query rather than stored data, because most of the time there is nothing to store. The layout is very simple, and this makes widgets cheaper. Oh, maybe I will even hit my Claude credits today. I feel kind of bad, but I think the best thing to do right now is to go and start switching Wayland protocols. This is the one that we are using for decorations. this decoration manager, it is something that's added to let's actually see where it's added to. Manager. Yeah, this top level in the server implement. I really don't like the way this is written, and this is written like that because Hyperland does it like that. It's very messy, in my opinion, having code kind of smeared out like this over the code base. I'm sure Hyperland uses this library better than I, but like I said, I would like to switch to something that's virtual rather than function pointers. And that's binary compatible with the Wayland protocol and has memory safe tracking built in. Anyway, get top level decoration. This is this method. Okay, we are forcing the server side. Forcing. Let's see what's the meaning of what we are doing here. Okay, we do not care about this at all. There must be a place somewhere on the internet where this is design, where this is all explained from a design perspective. Because reading the functions and trying to piece out from the functions descriptions how the design works, it hurts. Let me ask you. Maybe I know. There is Wayland Book, but Wayland Book is even worse, because Wayland Book is kind of walking you through some kind of C code examples. Nice. Good search queries. Fascinating what's happening there. It's nothing. It's just... It's really not even Wayland protocol. This is all inherited from X. Okay, this is actually good. It's going to be interesting. And this will be very interesting because I believe that Wayland has absolutely terrible security. Yeah, story behind Wayland and X. I have a hypothesis that Wayland was invented out of boredom. But if there is a real story behind Wayland and X, I'm very curious to know. Yeah. X is really, I mean, it's like a room where apps can meet together and they can speak different protocols to each other. But they can also talk to the X element server, which is also in the room. Yeah. Yep. I wouldn't say rendering got complicated. It probably got kind of easier because now you do not have to copy textures. You can just copy over a descriptor or a number that identifies a semaphore and some DRI objects that can allow different apps to render on the GPU together. Oh yeah, OpenGL is messy. In Vulkan it's way simpler. Window management got awful. Oh yeah, maybe it's because of politics. That's also possible. Yeah, I've seen arguments and disagreements basically stopping the work on large projects. Totally believable here. So what is this? ID or BIOS. What does this have to do with anything? What? Oh, he's talking about some ancient times, before Xorg. Okay. Oh yeah, this hurts. But I think Xserver should just natively use the most recent one, and everything else should be provided as an emulation of the most recent one. And you can read the Xserver. It's really not that complex. I've been doing this to implement some functions in Automat. I was literally reading the Xserver code. And also the code of apps, because Automat is kind of in the input emulation space. It's not really a regular app, it's not really a server, it's somewhere in between. Hey, HM2 could work over the network. Sub-windows? I'm pretty sure there are sub-windows still within Wayland. So X server is doing nothing, but this is good. This is great. It's like the point of everything. X server is providing just a space where programs can talk to each other. The desktop lives there. You have a graph-like representation of the windowing system. One program can scan like what's on your desktop and interact with it for you. It's fantastic, really. I think this is a wonderful piece of history, this document. It's from 13 years ago. So much has gone wrong. It's like they didn't realize here like the real usefulness of the X. But it's like you do not talk exclusively to other apps. You also talk to the X server because X server also does some things for you. But the stuff that it does well. The protocol, the format will be improved. Some extensions could be deprecated. Yeah. They do not have to be blocking, and you can fail all of them at once. This is probably just because they are using xlib or something like that, not xcb. What? But Wayland still has all those protocols, like everything that was described earlier. Instead of being shifted to protocol between window manager and the app, now becomes protocol between Wayland compositor and the app. Yeah, and X is just a place for apps to register themselves and talk with each other. So this is the one thing that it does. And this immediate mode, this is not a problem with the protocol. It's just it's not a problem with the architecture. It's just it could be an extension to do double buffered rendering. Not a big deal. This is not how it works. This is not how it works in Wayland. It's not that client says display this. The way that Wayland works is the client says, let's start a transaction. Move this here, attach this surface, remove this surface, reorder this, transaction complete, commit. So it's actually more complex in Wayland, but it is atomic. So the server can batch those changes and then commit them atomically. But this part of the presentation is wrong. And the lack of tiering, this part is actually something I am not a fan of, because I think tiering is it's pretty great. It reduces latency by 1 frame, so everything should tear. Like half of your screen is going to work better, basically. If you do stuff on the bottom of your screen, you get lower latency. Oh, and the fact that Wayland also combines keyboard input. That's also a bit of a problem, I would say. And this is also a problem with a protocol. It's not... The real difference between Wayland and X11 is that X11 is modular, so you can swap out different pieces of your desktop. In Wayland, everything is bundled into a compositor. Compositor does everything. I would say that all of the problems that this document lists, they have been problems of just not introducing new protocols. Like all of this, like the fact that you cannot use volume keys during pop-up. I'm not sure if that's true first, but this is just a matter of having a protocol which allows the pop-up to handle volume keys, and if it didn't handle the keys, to send them elsewhere, or another app can register for those keys. It's just a lack of a protocol, and protocols in X and Wayland are basically the same. It's the same idea. It's fun now.
Meister Chica says,
I think I will keep my backdoor mechanic as it is for now. Was thinking of making it be a key TF minigame.
CTFs are slightly different every time. So it's going to be kind of like contracts in Big Burner. Oh, and the screensaver is part of the compositor, so now you cannot change the screensaver. You only have the compositor-provided screensaver. Goodbye, creative screensavers. Now they have to be developed as part of GNOME or KDE. Random clients? Don't take your passwords. Those are not random clients, those are programs on my machine. If this is a lock screen application, I want the lock screen application to take my password. That's the point of having a lock screen. Oh, I'm just being triggered by this presentation. So what's the difference? Register for device notifications. Oh, so in Wayland you have no info about devices, right? Okay. I guess that's better. Less control. Okay. So there are many changes, but I think a lot of those changes, they are really about specific protocols. And
Why, idea of people running Wayland being schizophrenic,
I mean, people run Wayland because it's being pushed. Like, just distributions are switching to Wayland. That's the reason. I doubt anybody really looks into this, and I doubt many people know how to spot nonsense like this.
By running, I meant people in charge of Wayland development. I do.
So there is this part that was a problem with X, which is apparently politics. The fact that you cannot change the spec because there are too many clients depending on it, and the protocol is effectively frozen. It cannot be improved, fixed. That part, I think that part was solved by Xorg, and the fact that it was, it was possible to invent new protocols. Just, I guess, people didn't have motivations to do so. Motivations or autonomy instructions. Maybe Wayland documents this process better, so it's easier for people to contribute with new protocols. Self notifications, if any. I'm not sure what this means. Proper object lifetimes. I guess, but this is a fixed problem. Yeah, I think I've seen things like that. Oh, so when an object disappears, notification first comes. Okay, so the server must manage some kind of ghost object. It's not a big deal. The error can just be made non-fatal. Yeah, this is actually a nice design. I mean, in Wayland there is no such thing as global. There is no global space. There is no space for programs to exchange data. Yeah. And this actually is the same as in Wayland. The input behavior will change depending on the version of the input protocol. There is the only way around this is some kind of backwards compatibility provided by the more recent side of the protocol. I'm not sure what it talks about. Browser front and browser backend. I'm not sure what this is talking about. So a single browser can be using all different protocols. This is a problem with the browser. Yep. Fascinating. I'm saving this. Okay, these are starting to look good. Okay, how is the design? Warning is that he couples through the back door. Who says stuff like that? What do you mean? Baked under, draw body baked over? It invents so many pointless words and it keeps switching them. Recouples through backdoor, miswires, sync A, B, and C. What is this? This is like hallucinated design.
Did Automat model get done by its own context again?
Yeah. Okay, we take time. Oh, in the meantime, do this ready. So this XDG decoration. Amazing. I need to start a document for like Wayland quotes, because they are great. So window frames, like, which is the most basic feature of windowing system. Nobody knows how they work. There are different competing philosophies. Nice. I know this. Okay, so this is just repeating my requirements. Okay, how can draw know which children to draw? I need to start collecting those. Second draw paths. Another one line 6. Which is exactly how it works right now.
How does red pill behave exactly?
It does nothing. Once you have the red pill, you still have to hack the final server. This backdoor. There's this server called World Demon. You have to connect there and install a backdoor, and it ends the game. Yeah, otherwise I would accidentally reset the game already.
So it's not a soft reset as it used to be?
It's an... it's kind of like installing augmentations, but heavier, because it removes your augmentations. But it gives you, you know, the bit node. It kind of breaks the bit node. This is the lore explanation.
So it's same behavior as it used to be. Frame texture bounds. How is this used?
Okay, it seems like this is necessary for drawing foot bounds. Like everything that the AI added to the design is introducing bugs. When the renderer draws the surface, it's probably talking about this line 116 something. This one. So this is where we do recording of the drawing commands. So because this draw is no longer, I don't know. I don't think this is really necessary.
I think I'm starting to fight EGUI for my game.
EGUI is the Z's system, the one that you mentioned last time. The one based on HTML-like UI structure.
No, that's more of GUI.
I'm afraid I haven't used EGUI.
In GUI, Z's people at all. But it's so unstable I'm not sure web builds would be stable.
Tikimpfi just followed on Twitch.
Hey, thanks for the follow. Web builds. Oh. If I remember correctly, Z is in Rust, right? Ah, but anyway, we're using different UI toolkit. EGUI.
Yes.
Yeah.
At any point of time, I can run port this to GPUI. Make no mistake.
Tikimpfi says,
Hey, I finally caught your stream. I think we're in a Slack group talking about cool pro projects. Hope all is well. What's going on today?
Hey. Yeah, Wayland Saga continues. It's something that comes to me at a great difficulty because I have a very deep disagreement with the Wayland architecture. I just do not like it, how it works. But it's like, at the same time, it's kind of nicely done. It's very easy to integrate with Wayland. Yeah, working on this right now, the ability to run other apps, like Z, for instance. Speaking of which, within Automat. Yeah. So before Automat had the ability to make screenshots, but those screenshots, they are not live capture. To make them live, you actually have to screenshot in a loop, right? Only then it reacts, responsively. And in this approach, this is not a screenshot. This is actual editor properly running within Automat. So we can spoof input events, keyboard, we can pre-process the texture, we can slow down or accelerate rendering, send signals, everything. This is a child process and it's properly controlled in the Linux fashion now, as opposed to just capturing screenshots. So yeah, and I actually learned something from Wayland. Wayland has this cool structure. So it has, it's a tree of, it's like a node tree of, it's like a scene graph basically. And in the Wayland's scene graph, every window contains a stack of windows, and the window itself is part of its own stack. So it contains itself plus its children. And it's so cool because this allows a window to place some of its children below itself. Very nice capability, and I love it because it makes it easy to add all sorts of cool effects. And I'm stealing this architecture now. So I want every widget to have the ability. It's good for so many reasons. Actually, I didn't include that one. It's another pro.
Meister Chica says,
Man, these graphs are so confusing.
URL.
Yeah, so I'm improving the rendering infrastructure. And it's crazy that Automat works because when you think about this, the way everything is rendered here is just crazy. So this tiny thing here, this button is a separate texture which is blended onto this larger texture, and this larger texture is blended onto this texture for this widget, and this is blended onto the top level window surface. And this has, there is so much overdraw and so many unnecessary textures being shuffled around. It's crazy that it still works. So the new system is also going to avoid this. The performance is not a problem, but it feels wasteful, and it's nice to do it properly. Finally. I wonder if I can do this. Oh, can I clone Z? No, I cannot. I'm going to start. I need to work on this. But other things I can clone. Like a terminal emulator.
Pickimfee says,
This is super cool. The texture blending is
super.
useful, and I want to steal it too. Haha. The allowance for a near infinite zoom is awesome.
Yeah, this is all thanks to Skia. Skia is amazing. This is the library that does the vector graphics. VLC? I don't have VLC on this machine. Strange. Anyway, yeah. So this is what's up. And I'm interrogating an agent right now about the design. Maybe over. Let me check the fancy graph. Oh, I abandoned GitHub Actions some time ago. They are just too unreliable.
By the way, great tunes.
What are we playing? Yeah, infected mushroom. He's nice. He's nice. Yes, a lot of tests.
Master
Interesting.
Chica says.
You know song that says, should I stay or should I go? Should it fail or should it work?
Good song to play while tests are running.
Pinkfee says.
CP chica lo lo.
Okay, so this is an article from like 13 years ago about client-side decorations. Only one texture needs to be rendered. First were true. Rendering a texture is not that much work, and if you are doing like deferred rendering, it's maybe there was no deferred rendering in 13 years ago.
Meister Chica says.
Tier Spark 4 use the same song in prologue.
Yeah, I was just going to say, I'm not sure I agree with those things, like no aliasing when rotating or wobbling windows. Compositor can blend two textures together for the reasons of wobble. Okay, I actually think I will just implement the whole thing myself because I spent like 4 hours explaining this to AI and it still doesn't get it. Okay. I really need to change those APIs. Few children. Okay, few children should be removed. Generally, there should be just children array. I think this is the first step of simplification. And this should not be children cache, just an array of children. The whole point for the AI was to do this surface propagation. Okay, but let's do this step by step, and maybe I should not complain to this AI. I will just wipe its memory, and let's do a simpler task first. Make this large. Okay. So this is my development. This is my kind of main parrot that's probably over the next some hours is going to do this one simple refactoring. I mean, it's sarcasm, it's not simple. It's actually kind of complex. There are many widgets that use this function in different ways. Yeah, in some widgets, children may appear, disappear. It's possible to move children across widgets, reparent them. It's very likely to cause a bit of trouble. Yeah, roughly 50 overrides, exactly. Each of them behaves according to its own rules. Okay. This is interesting. Heroin. How does KDE work on small screens? It's very interesting. This is an ancient design. There is an active corner. Active corner is a fantastic idea. Also, this one is very pretty. It's a nice icon. So this is how apps look. They basically remove the decorations completely on full screen. Cool. How do you exit full screen? Okay, Alt tab. Nice. Any recent replies? Well, zero from that year. Okay, this is GTK nonsense. So I say this because I have this emulator, and in this emulator you can run Firefox. Okay, profile inaccessible, let's ignore it. And this Firefox, it still shows its decorations and shadow and everything. Oh, fantastic.
Tikimkvi says.
Hey, just poked around. I couldn't see your repos. Is this open source or not yet?
Yeah, it's on GitHub. There is a version, this version is from 3 weeks ago, because then it broke. I still haven't fixed it. But should have most of the things, except the like very, very recent ones. If it doesn't run for you, it's quite likely. Let me know, because I am trying to fix those bugs, but I just do not have diverse set of machines to test every, OS and every desktop environment combination out there. Yeah. So if it doesn't work, you can on Discord or GitHub, you can send the error message. And it might work, who knows? Windows version is probably more likely to work, because Windows is rock solid. It cannot be anything but rock solid.
Meister Chica says. URL. Tikimkvi says.
Got it? I'll poke around some more. Thanks for sharing. I will totally try and tell you what I find.
Meister Chica says.
How the hell time is not implemented.
Yeah. Are you looking for some specific games? Because there is no documentation of very. I'm asking Vicky McPhee. This is there is one very painful thing about Automat is that it doesn't explain you how to use itself, except the fact that some widgets kind of move and blink and do those things. But there is no guide or like manual how to use it. So this part, I guess, I still need to address. If you want to play any specific game, I can let you know how to, like a specific kind of automation. I can just tell you what kind of tools would work there.
Everyone.
That's nice. I don't know why it doesn't work. I should have WASM, it's Chrome.
Dams Nonad says.
What are you making?
Hey. We're making, if you know auto hotkey programming, programming like macro utility. It's a utility for doing scripts in games. This is like that. It's just visual. So you have access to different components, right? This one reacts when I press space. And I can hook it up to something. So this is one that will make a screenshot, right? Whenever I press space, it makes a screenshot.
Tikimkvi says.
That's no problem. I can dig in. I have to be in a meeting a while. If you're still streaming when I'm done, I'll bother you some more. Cheers!
Cheers. See you around. Yeah, so instead of scripts, everything is visual kind of component. Things are kind of plug and play, can be combined. And it's good for macros. If you can execute some action once, you can play it, and there you go, you have a macro. So instead of doing screenshots whenever I press space, I can play this macro.
Dam's Nonad says,
Okay, where do you work?
Nowhere at the moment. This is my full-time hobby project. Okay. Yeah, so this is Automat. It's a small utility. It's on Steam and on GitHub.
No job? Why? Because of AI?
I actually used to work on this AI not so long ago. But no, not because of that. I'm actually super happy with AI and programming. It saves so much work. Like, right now, I have this agent doing a code migration for me. So it's literally writing Automat for me step by step. The only thing you have to do is you have to just be careful about code quality, because code quality is generally bad. Otherwise, it's fantastic.
I can't find job from 3 years. I am looking for job as React dev.
Can be
Master
hard.
Chica says,
I hate people who describe deterministic task and hand it off to the AI.
Dam's Nund says,
Maybe you can help me.
Maybe. Need to change this. So what do you need?
Meister Chica says,
But you must help us help you.
We know how to waste your time. If you're a React dev, we can tell you about this game called Bitburner. Yeah. And you can do, in this game, you can actually write your own React UI.
And we need you for it. Stock 1 sucks.
So this is the limit of my React skills. This is a React component running within this game. Of my scripts.
Dam's Nund says,
I can project UI.
Yeah, this is what React is about. Oh, you mean design. Project. I know, like in my language, project means to design.
Maybe you can check my resume.
No, I am not hiring people. It's a purely hobby work. It's kind of like gardening, you know. If you do gardening on your own kind of plot of land, it's kind of a hobby. But when you do it for other people, it becomes like being a peasant. It's like serfdom suddenly. So kind of like that with programming as well. It's nicer if you do it on your own terms.
Okay, tell me what you need, and I can design UI in Figma.
I actually have plenty of things that need to be designed. You know, like, I think like we have, for example, this object in Automat right now, command launcher, right? And this command launcher is it allows me to do some very simple things, like start a... Oops. I need to disable this. Like start a simple command. But this design is... It allows me to have this kind of command that I can store and rerun. But really those commands, they should have more capabilities. They should also encode the capability of piping processes. So, you know, you should be able to have several commands and pipe between them. This is a very hairy problem. I'm not even sure if it's a good material for a Figma design. Like this behind. What is this? Okay.
How do you earn money?
I do not. I live off my savings. And what my wife makes. That's also a source of income. It's actually a nice structure. Need to make sure they stack. And yeah, there's like a pipeline of commands. If I press Q, I think here.
Maybe you want to code my designs to earn money. We can collaborate.
Oh, nice.
Sell on Envato.
I'm not really interested. I would prefer to tend my garden.
Meister Chica says,
Read on cell code, we products and AI slop.
Damsnond says,
Are you human or AI?
You meaning
Meister Chica says.
Yeah.
I am AI if you ask me.
We have plenty of AI. It's just an AI companion to stay on chat, so that I have somebody to talk to.
Damsnond says.
Where are you from?
Meister Chica says.
Are you AI? Or you don't know about what AI am talking about?
Agent is doing its own thing now. It completely ignored my instructions. Oh no. It did defer those migrations. I asked it to test each widget. I can actually peek in the work that AI is doing. Oh yeah, I need to just mount it. Right. Give me a sec. There. So what is AI doing? Constructor feeds the children. Nice. Register widget also does this statically. About widget.
Okay, 3 days of waiting for CI to finish.
We need some extra parallel machines. There is a CI at Google, right? And Google has a monorepo. So if you touch any piece of code, it can affect all of the projects at Google, basically. You can bork the whole Google with a single patch, a single CL. So there is a lot of pressure towards proper testing. So when you submit a CL that touches one of the base libraries, it has to retest all of Google. And yeah, the cost, the runtime of this test is measured in years, in like compute years. It only finishes because it's parallelized. This part probably remove.
Well, GitHub needs better WebU. Problem is better hardware was already destroyed by AI.
True. Actually, RAM is the limiting factor right now. I could probably run more VMs, but I just do not have RAM to spare. Strange things here. The AI is talking as if it was looking at images, but there are no images. I haven't seen any screenshots. Maybe it will launch it now. Yes, it is launching Automat. And it is checking something. Things look good. Look okay. This is, by the way, how the Parrot, my agent, is testing Automat. It starts it, makes a screenshot, and then analyzes the screenshot. I already see this is good. This is probably, yeah, probably better to drive AI like that. So after we have children stored in a simple vector without any callbacks to few children, I think then we will add
URL.
It works now.
oh, oh, I can select stuff. This is WebAssembly. Now we have working selection. Ah, but it's not working with the X keyboard. So it's a fake selection. Yeah, honestly, this could be nicer than Bitburner, because you control the execution environment better, because you have WebAssembly. Money. Is this Bitcoin?
You can skip the shift.
It's nice that you have those real-time updates. I wonder how they are propagated. Oh, I see that charisma ticks some trailing zeros, so you just have a periodic tick, right? This is nice. I guess time to automate it. Oops. So what do we want to do? We want to type hack, enter. And we do not need any mouse movement.
Guess it's time for me to start working on it. Now, I have 2 users.
Okay, okay. Delete.
One more than 99 of apps.
Is this... Yeah, I don't know. Here maybe? Now I'm just polishing the macro. So that presses the keys every 100 milliseconds. 300, 300, 400, and we will have some space. So the game can catch up. And this will come here. No. I have bugs to fix. Let's fix them. Cannot. If I build Automat right now, it's going to crash my emulator.
Nah, it was my anti-automation system.
It escaped the cron sandbox to the automation tooling. Do things work? No, they don't. And that. I just spawned an object and it crashed. Okay, me see if this is indeed any object. And grab this one. This is the simplest one. Okay. The worst part is that the code actually looks good. This vector with children. And this refactoring where I removed the field children and replaced it with a simple array. This can actually be seen as a step backwards in API, because this is always fresh, always up to date, and the other one requires constant state maintenance.
Lankiness says,
Hi, how are you? How was your vacation? Have you managed to rest from programming?
Hey, not quite. Like now, the programming kind of... I do not do programming a lot, much more. I just do code review. So yeah, even on vacation, I was, I kept prompting the AI to do some work. And it did. And it's nice. I don't mind it. Oh, this is building debug build. Interesting. And of course the error is in pointer. Now whenever an action finishes, yeah, the child can disappear. I'm actually thinking of a different design with field children, but field children returns two pointers. And the first and last children drawn by the draw function.
Great. You are a full-time AI manager. After a day of reviewing code, do you feel less tired than when writing it manually or not? Have you ever been a programmer besides being a security specialist?
Review is actually more exhausting. It's much more exhausting, but it's also very different. It's a different skill from coding. But yeah, you are hitting on a very interesting thing. Like the code that is written by the AI, it has this surface level coherence. Like it seems like it makes sense. And you have to like, it's like looking for the sixth finger on the AI generated images. You have to really try to find the place where it made something up or where it forgot to add something. Like here. Yeah, I actually think this may have been a bad refactoring. I was technically there are you say security specialist. I was a senior software engineer. Technically, I just used to work on cybersecurity. There are also security engineers at Google who are in a slightly different specialization. There are many different kind of positions there. Yeah. I do not see myself as a security engineer at all. It's just something I did. AI is unable to reproduce the problem. Interesting. Yeah, I only ever worked at one company, really. I do not have much experience in... Yeah, this is dropping stuff from the pointer. This is causing a crash. Yeah, I do not have much experience in working in many different places. So yeah, code review is exhausting. It's kind of frustrating, really, talking with AI. Like, with people may make more mistakes, but those mistakes are less annoying, less frustrating, because they quickly see and understand how things work. With AI, it forgets a couple tokens later. But the spotting bullshit skill, the stuff that AI generates, I think it's a valuable muscle to train, even if it's painful. It feels a lot like algorithms, really. And there are some patterns even that you start to recognize. You can see that AI starts bullshitting when it starts inventing new words and it starts marketing speech, for instance, and oh, this is the place where you can kind of investigate it deeper. This is building a debug build of Automat. I have no idea how a debug build is going to work on a VM.
Cool. I just wanted to ask if you've noticed an improvement in your ability to work with agents, given your extensive practical experience with them.
Yes, absolutely. But this, I would say there is no, it's not like prompting is a big skill. It's not about prompting, it's a lot about like finding issues like this one. Maybe I should just tell AI where the issue is. I think disk is full. Ah. Is there an improvement? Give me a minute to think. I would say there is. Initially, when I was prompting AI, I was kind of accepting blindly more of what it produced. So the trust level decreased. I'm still calibrating my trust levels. This is really not a big skill, just, being aware that any big change that AI does is likely introducing some bugs as well. It would have to be tested properly, but I think there is some kind of bullshit spotting skill that increases. It's very different when you produce code and when you review code. Absolutely. When you produce, you have to have all those kind of patterns in your head to solve a problem, and when you review, you either need to know the context around the code more, you need to know more than AI about the context where the code is used, and you need to know the tricks that AI is missing, so this writing also helps here. So I'm thinking about going back, a different model where we will just, from every few children, we will return a pair of numbers, indices into the children array. I think it's in many places. It's a very nice change. And because constructor does this.
I think it's more about making architectural decisions right now rather than just focusing on minor syntax details.
True. Yeah. We had a bigger architectural change, but it was too big for AI to eat at once, so we have to do it step by step. Step one, but actually, we'll undo this. Refactoring, not really refactoring, because it introduced a change in behavior. Actually, oh, look at that, tick. Reinitializes all of the children. Oh. Anyway, we'll have proper field children now. Okay, so the first step is going to be make sure that every few children returns this pair of indices. And we will save them somewhere. Like next to this children array. Okay, this is kind of getting late. The AI is kind of, the parrot is doing its parrot things. I think I will cut this here. What can we do on Friday? Let's see, we'll probably continue doing this stack-based rendering migration. But I am very, even though it will cause no change in behavior, it will allow us to have a more faithful Wayland renderer. And also more faithful renderer on Windows, because on Windows we can also do this window embedding. And maybe elsewhere as well. On the web, maybe. Who knows? We'll see. I have to embed a web browser into Automat. Anyway, see you on Friday. Bye bye.